Tell me what case you're on, ma'am.
I am here on Randy Bass. He is on page 3 of the first look docket, I think is.
It's a second docket, Judge.
Second page? Second docket?
Your Honor, I'll wait till you. Wait till they bring him up and you have the paper.
It's the second look.
Yeah, I'll explain, Your Honor. We just need to get him up.
Randy Bass, please come up.
He's at Conti, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, this was scheduled by pretrial release for a second look.
Right.
Admittedly, we're past 33 days.
Okay.
I have no objection if the court is inclined to ROR him.
ROR?
Defendant's motion for release from custody is hereby granted.
Yeah, I'll grant it. Does he have any other cases pending or?
I literally just received this file like 2 hours ago.
Find out. Sir, do you have any pending?
I don't have it.
Is this the only case, the case of possession of PVP, is this the only case you have pending in Broward County right now?
Yes, sir. That's the only one.
So I'll release him on his own recognizance, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. And the court order does indicate this particular case number.
Got the case number and everything. Everybody granted? All right, thank you very much. Yeah, sure. I'm doing an order right here, too.
What's that? What birthday? The arm bird?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, the detective's on his way.
I had it pre-prepared for the court.
So I'm gonna.
No, I found out. I know whose case it is. The other. Did you mean find out about who the Kevin Rout has?
You know what? I think there's a case we can take up pretty quickly here.
Are you guys gonna handle it or? Call it in.
Ross, Messi Ross, Skia. I don't know, ma'am. I don't know how to say that. Okay, Skia Mononic, whatever. No offense, but I can't say that name.
President Domain?
Come on up right here.
Hey, can I get
Yeah,
I'm gonna find out if we're gonna go through with this afternoon or
I
not.
did my best.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I gotta
Sir, you've
call
been
back.
charged with grand theft.
Yes, he's going.
And
2-4.
court finds probable cause. Are there any bars on this gentleman?
There's
Right now?
One more.
Okay, ma'am, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, tell me your name, ma'am.
Carla Ciani Monito.
Okay, ma'am, and you're the mother of Ross?
Correct.
Thanks for coming to court. I saw you out in the hallway and I said hello and you told me about your son, but I want to be clear, we didn't talk about what your, the case or anything. Ma'am, from what I understand, you've already posted a bond, right?
We're posting it, yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask that your son does not return to Super Target in Lauderhill, okay?
Okay.
Okay, and then once he gets out, he'll get a court date in a month or two, okay?
Okay. All right.
Thanks for coming to court and thanks for waiting here, okay?
Thank you.
Have a
Judge,
nice day, ma'am.
for the record,
Thank
you ROR the co-defendants in this case.
No, I don't. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Your Honor, if we could call a case real quickly, I just need to know if we're going to be going forward this afternoon
Thank you. Have
or
a
if
nice
it's going to be reset because I have a detective on the way and I just want to be able to tell him not to come here if it's going to be reset. Darien Martin?
Darien Martin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're going to clear it. Yeah, we'll clear this up now. And
No. Okay, Darien Martin, okay.
Your Honor,
Now, we
here's
have Darien Martin, can we have him up, please?
Your Honor, here's the issue. Mr. Martin is being represented by Kevin Rout from Regional Conflict Counsel in another case.
Got it?
I'm being told by the Public Defender's Office that Mr. Martin wants to be represented by the Public Defender in this case. I don't know if that's an issue because, frankly, I don't know if that's an issue. I don't know if there's a conflict in one or conflict in all because there could be issues that come up. I don't know.
Well, for today, though, we could ask him to waive any conflict for today's hearing and allow the Public Defender's Office to represent him on today's hearing, and then after today, this could get sorted out. Would you agree with that, Mr. Miller?
Judge, I don't see any conflicts, but if I could guess we could waive any potential conflicts.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a conflict from the other case, and that's why you had to get regional, so Let me explain to you, Mr. Martin, for one thing, I want to advise you have the right to remain silent. If you give up that right today and begin to speak about your arrest or your case, whatever you say can and will be used against you. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple questions not having to do with your arrest. But from what I understand, you're being represented on another case by Regional Conflict Counsel. I don't know if there's some conflict between you and the public defender. I'm not sure about that.
I believe they're representing one of his co-defendants on the other case.
Okay, representing a co-defendant. Even if there is some conflict for today, do you want the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for the purposes of today's hearing, at least, we'll get this far. Now, the defendant's been charged.
No, I have a detective coming, so I just want to know if I did tell him not to come today or...
You probably need to tell him to come.
No, I already did. He's on the way.
Okay, so you're going to be seeking to hold the defendant without bond.
Either that or PC, and we'll go from there.
I think that PC is probably there. I don't at this time. I'm going to tell you up front, see that there's proof.
There's additional information here on
Okay,
it.
well, we'll deal with that when he gets here, all right? Here you go. Have a seat, sir. We'll be back.
All right, have a seat. We're not done yet.
Okay, now, we have a Russian interpreter. Ma'am, you want to come up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Apparently, we have someone.
Ivanov. The name Ivanov.
Yes, he's at, I believe, Paul Ryan.
Okay. Mr. Ivanov?
He's at
No,
Conti, Your
Conti.
Honor.
Conti, Judge.
There you go. Ma'am, do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Russian,
I don't know
Russian
what
to
I did with
English,
this guy's case.
truthfully and to the best of your ability?
I do.
Do we know where Mr. Ivanov is on the docket?
I don't know that he is on.
Misdemeanor reset?
Yeah.
He's on page 9, sir.
Okay, just give me a moment.
I don't know.
There you go. All right, good afternoon, Mr. It's Ivanoff.
Добрый день, господин Иванов. Вы по-русски меня понимаете?
Ну, понимаю.
Yes. Just to make sure he understands Russian.
Sir, you've been charged with resisting arrest and trespassing.
Вас обвиняют в том, что вы сопротивлялись аресту и также вторглись во владение, куда вы не должны были входить.
Do you understand that?
Вы понимаете это?
Нет.
No.
Well, sir, a security guard in Hallandale told you that you were no longer allowed to come on property down there.
Охранник в Холландейле сказал вам, что вам больше не разрешается находиться на территории, заходить на территорию той собственности, куда вы зашли.
A police officer said that he told you that you're no longer allowed to go on the property.
Офицер полицейский сказал также, что он вам говорил, что вам больше не разрешается туда заходить.
They said that they found that you came back on the property.
И они заявляют о том, что они узнали о том, что вы приходили в эти владения.
Then, once you were placed under arrest,
Затем, когда вас взяли под стражу,
you would not give them proper identification.
вы им сопротивлялись тем самым, что вы не хотели давать им свой документ, который удостоверяет личность.
Now do you understand what you've been charged with?
Вот в этом они вас и обвиняют. Теперь вы понимаете, в чем вас обвиняют?
Но у меня не было документов.
Well, I did not have the document at that moment.
Do you understand what you've been charged with?
Вопрос в том,
Yeah.
что понимаете ли вы, в чем вас обвиняют?
Да.
Yes.
Now, would you like to resolve the case today so that the case will be over with and you can leave jail today?
Хотели бы вы, чтобы сегодня ваше дело разрешилось, и тогда вы сегодня сможете выйти из тюрьмы?
Да, но как?
Yes, but how?
You could plead guilty or no contest. The case would be over with today, and I would give you 6 months to pay a minimal fine.
Что я могу для вас сделать? Вы заявите или виновность, или такое заявление, которое называется «не оспариваю вину». И тогда я накажу вас на 6 месяцев, что вы на 6 месяцев не должны будете возвращаться туда, куда вы пришли.
Would you like to do that?
Вы хотели бы это сделать?
Второе, да. Да, я выбираю второе.
Yes, I choose the second.
which is no contest.
Вы имеете в виду неоспаривание?
Да.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading no contest, the case is over with today, there will be no trial?
Вы также понимаете, что когда вы выбираете заявление неоспаривания, ваше дело сегодня закончится, и у вас не будет больше судебного разбирательства по этому делу.
Понимаю.
I understand.
Okay, I will accept your plea. I
Я
will withhold
принимаю
adjudication.
ваше заявление, я приостанавливаю остальные процессуальные действия против вас.
Thank you, sir.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
I doubt we have another Russian on the docket, so,
I don't.
Okay.
Unless you have your own.
thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know who here was here next, but I'll just go front row back. Ma'am, in the white, you want to tell me right here up front? Which case are you here on, ma'am?
I'm here for Joyce Simmons.
Joyce Simmons. Do you want to go ahead and call Simmons now? Are we ready to go on Simmons?
Your Honor, Tom Morris stepped outside.
Okay, stand by for a moment, okay? Now, next row back, tell me which case you're here on.
For Kimberly Oadus.
Yeah.
Okay? There you go. Kimberly Oadus. Kimberly Oadus.
Main jail, decline PD.
Aggravated battery, causing bodily harm, domestic violence related, quick finds probable cause. Steve, do you have any priors on
No, she's not. No, Judge. Doesn't look like she's from here.
Okay, so raise your right hand for me. Are you with, do you want to come up also, ma'am? Does she speak English?
No,
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you speak English?
no.
No? Okay, which language?
Spanish.
Okay. Siéntese, por favor. Ma'am, Miss Oadus, could you sit down? We'll come back to you. Siéntese, por favor. Can you call Spanish for me? Okay. Now, sir, are you all together in the back row? Okay, which case are you here on? Simmons, okay. Stand by, we'll get right back to you on that. Okay, so let me see. Okay, I'll call up Okay. Now I see Robert Capoletti.
Judge Stephen Shade on behalf of Robert Capoletti.
Okay. Mr. Capoletti, where are you, sir? And then after Capoletti, we're going to need Larry Hurd and Jonathan Telford. What's your name right there, sir?
She tried to take like 101,000.
Judge, this is Mr. Hurd.
Hey, Larry Hurd. So you're charged
Yes.
on count 1 with a misdemeanor, which is possession of cannabis. Count 2 is municipal ordinance, which is open container of alcohol. Let me ask you, sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
What type of work is that?
I work for Mobile Boost.
Do you have any money in the bag?
No, sir, but if I can get out, I can set up a payment plan.
Okay, let me ask you, can you afford to hire your own attorney today?
No, sir.
Okay, I have an attorney, a special public defender in the courtroom with me for count 2. You have a public defender for the state charge, count 1, right next to you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So you have 2 attorneys today, one for each count, because you're charged from different governmental bodies. So now, I'm going to, would you like me to appoint the special public defender I have in my courtroom to represent you on count 1?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, so count 1, I'm going to appoint Steve Shade. Now, Mr. Shade,
End up straight.
I'm going to
He can hear you.
appoint you on count 2. I'm sorry, count 2. Count 1's the state. Mr. Miller and Mr. Shade, if the defendant pleads no contest today,
Judge, she's got a 2012 adjudication for trespassing and also a burglary, 2012 first degree.
No,
adjudication.
it's not me.
Offered today is
Sir,
adjudication.
sir, it's not me. I don't have any burglaries.
okay, sir, if you want to plead no contest, I'll undercut the city prosecutor. I'll withhold adjudication on both. You're not, no offense, Mr. Lanius. I'll just withhold adjudication, no conviction on each one. It won't hurt your driver's license. You'll be out of here today. Would you like to do that?
No contest, sir.
Okay, do you understand? We're not gonna have a trial. You're not gonna have your day in court to argue this out at a trial. It's over with right now. Are you clear about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you plead?
No contest.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good luck.
How much time do you need to pay court costs?
Thank you.
How about 6 months? I'll give you 6 months to
6 months is fine, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
to make that $50.
Thank you. You're done.
How about Robert Capoletti?
Main jail.
Robert Capillary,
Oh, that's what called up, Mr. Capoletti.
okay.
So who came up with Capoletti was called?
Thanks.
Capoletti needs to be placed on a brief recall. They're bringing him down now.
What's your name, sir?
That's fabulous.
No wonder he said, that's on me.
Yeah.
Judge, this is Mr. Telford.
Mr. Telford, you're charged with municipal ordinance trespassing on private property, sir. Would you, how do you feel about this, Mr. Lannis?
2014, he was convicted on or accepted offers or something for 2 municipal ordinance violations. Convicted by plea for first degree felony, 2011. Adjudication.
Again, Mr. Lannis, though well-intentioned, I'm going to have to go a little lighter. Now, Mr. Telford, do you have any money in the bank?
Nope, I'm homeless. I'm not working.
Okay, so you can't afford an attorney. Would you like me to appoint the special public defender in my courtroom to help you today?
Yeah, I'd just like to get this taken care of.
Mr. Shade, just as soon I'll appoint you and just give him a withheld adjudication if he wants to plead out.
No problem, Judge.
Okay?
That's fine.
Sir, plead no contest. Case is over with. You're not going to have a trial. You're not going to have your day in court. It's wrapped up right now. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how do you plead?
No contest.
Okay, I'm going to withhold adjudication. Good luck. Thank you, Mr. Telford. How about Robert Capoletti?
You're getting him,
He's
Judge.
got a burglary charge from 2012.
All right, can you just stand by? I think they're trying to find Capoletti.
That's fine.
Looks good. Is that the last one? Do we have any others?
Yeah, we have one more, I think.
So it would appear that Mr. Hurd's protest was well placed, Judge.
I heard Capoletti. I don't think I was insane.
I think we had it.
Okay, so Capoletti is going to be here in a minute, I assume. Am I correct? Okay. Can I have a seat, Judge?
Sure, Judge.
Take a minute, Judge. He's here.
Judge, I'm going to run next door.
That's right.
That being said, who do we have in front of us right here?
Judge, this is your regular docket, page 2, Mr. Goodwin, Cortez Goodwin.
Let me, are you ready to go?
I'm ready to
You
go, Judge. Okay.
Okay, you don't have detectives coming in, or?
No, you're on. Do you have it? I've only read the article, yeah.
Okay. Now, Mr. Cortez Goodwin, aggravated battery on a pregnant female, the court finds probable cause. Do we have any priors on this gentleman?
Are you going to hire your department?
Does this defendant have any criminal record?
Just one moment.
Did you have contact with the alleged victim? Got it. Okay, so,
One moment, Your Honor.
now, I don't know. Mr. Miller, is there anything you want to add?
Judge, Mr. Goodwin would like to address the court himself. If you want to inquire, I have no objection.
Okay, Mr. Goodwin, do you have any money in the bank?
No, sir.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
What type of work do you do, sir?
No work.
Now,
Millwork.
how long have you lived down here in South Florida?
27 years.
Okay. And do you own land or property down here in South Florida? You own a house or
No,
apartment
sir.
buildings or anything?
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
Okay, who are you going to rely on to help bond you out of jail today, sir?
How many? How old?
Nobody.
Okay, let me ask, State, do you have any criminal record on Mr. Goodwin?
Yes, Your Honor. He's had cases dismissed out of mental health court, and 2 separate cases in 2009, each for burg dwelling and grand theft. Purchase or delivery of marijuana dismissed out of mental health court in 2009. Unlawful use of false name ID, trespass in 2009. Delivery of a counterfeit controlled substance 2008 with the VOP. Possession of cocaine 2008 with the VOP. Arrested for shooting at, throwing a deadly missile, criminal mischief, and battery in 2006. Charges were dropped.
Got it.
Maybe he's shrinking. Or he had typo because he's 5. 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 7, 8. I don't know. Once again, you got to click on the one with the.
Now,
You got to click on
okay,
the one with the Social Security.
sir, I did read the report. Let me see. Reside. You have a child in common with Miss Bianca Johnson. She's 6 months pregnant with your child. She's visibly showing. She stated you were aware of the pregnancy. Struck her with the back of your hand while she was in the shower, causing injury to her nose and mouth. She has swollen upper and lower lip. Grabbed her around the neck from behind, shoved her while they were in the while you two were in the bathroom. So, called 911 for emergency assistance. So I do note your criminal record. I do note the level of violence, and I do note that she says she's in fear of you. I'm going to set your bond today on count 1 at $10,000 based on the level of violence, your criminal record, court's concerned for her safety. Court will order you have no contact with Bianca Johnson, directly or indirectly. Stay 500 feet from her at all times. That is where she lives, works, goes to school, anywhere in between. You're not allowed to possess any guns, any weapons, any firearms while you're on release. Thank you.
Judge requesting a mental health evaluation for Mr. Goodwin while he's in custody.
I will order that. Mental health. Yes.
Judge, Mr. Capoletti is here.
Got it. Okay, Mr. Capoletti, come on up. Okay, Mr. Capoletti.
Talk to the judge.
Where we
Yes,
lost
sir.
Okay. Mr. Capoletti, have a seat.
It's all right. He'll be back in a minute.
So, let me just clear out 2 domestic violence cases. Johnny Cruz, I understand he's med. We'll reset him for Friday p.m.
Yes, sir. Mr. Parker is also a med reset.
I don't mind the free trial. Do I don't mind what county? Broward? It's gonna revoke it. Don't do no more.
Okay, now, ready to go?
Yeah, Judge.
Okay, and it's
Very
Miss
single widow divorce.
Simmons?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Let me find the
I think
paperwork on
Mr.
that.
Sherman's here on behalf of the state.
I got it. Just give me a moment. Let me
Okay,
find the
sure.
paper here.
I have a copy of the DC if you need it, Judge.
I've got it right here. I just need to find it. Okay, now, where is Miss Joyce Simmons?
Paul Ryan?
Okay, now.
Paul Ryan, Your Honor.
Hi, good afternoon, Miss Simmons. You have the right to remain silent today. You're not required or expected to make any comments about your arrest, any of the facts leading up to your arrest. You have an attorney here in court, and he can speak on your behalf, but understand if you make any comments about your arrest, what led up to you being arrested, whatever you say can and will be used against you. Do you mind? Excuse me, do you understand?
I understand.
Okay, ma'am. You have an attorney. Allow him to speak on your behalf unless we ask you a question, all right? Could you turn the monitor around just a minute? We've got family in the courtroom. There we go. All right, now, ma'am, you're charged with exploitation of the elderly, more than $100,000, and a larceny or a grand theft charge more than $50,000 from someone 65 years of age or older. Now, the court has reviewed the report, and would you like to proffer of what you know about this, Mr. Sherman, and just announce yourself?
Okay, Richard, good afternoon, Your Honor. Richard Sherman for the state. Your Honor, the victim in this case is the defendant's neighbor, Helen Salazar. Their house is about 150 feet apart. Ms. Salazar is 94 years old and was diagnosed with early signs, early dementia in August of 2014. She was being treated by the same doctor, and he consistently diagnosed, made notations that she had memory issues. And so the defendant does know the victim and is aware of her condition. The defendant took the victim to an attorney, obtained power of attorney, then took the victim to a bank. And here's where the crime is. She didn't open an account as power of attorney for the victim. She opened a joint account, knowing that the difference, she was explaining the difference, and she chose to open a joint account knowing that she would inherit and have control over the money, not as power of attorney, but as a joint account holder. And Florida law is that if your name is on a joint account, that you own everything that's in the account. So the very next day, they go to AmTrust, which is the bank the victim has used for years, but they don't go to the branch that she normally goes to. They go to a different branch of AmTrust. That account at AmTrust has the victim's name and the victim's deceased husband's name on the account, and also has the victim's niece's name on the account. And the victim's niece is known by the defendant and is at the victim's house about once a week, and had no idea about the power of attorney or about this change because the victim's bills are on auto pay. So there's no need at all. They even had a mechanism in place where another caretaker who is friends with the defendant used to be able to obtain checks and payments from the niece. So there was no issue at all. So the way the victim presents when she presents to the Capital Bank, she wasn't even able to say the name of the defendant. Okay, she wouldn't even articulate the name after given several chances by the employees at Capital Bank. And then the next day, the detectives interview her when she's at AmTrust, and they ask her what she's doing there, and she thinks she's there to withdraw a couple $100. They then ask her how much money she has in the bank, and she says a couple of $100. And when they explain she has $150,000, she just couldn't believe it. And she says, never dreamt I had that much money. So she clearly had no idea what was going on at the time. That's what we're still investigating. There's still additional work to be done, but she's looking at charges of elderly exploitation and or Section 5 and older.
Okay. Now, do you have any comment about probable cause today, Mr. Morris?
I do, Judge. Just briefly about PC. Mr. Sherman pointed out the fact that they had gone to an attorney and drew up a power of attorney agreement. Now, it's my understanding, I don't do this kind of law. It's my understanding that in order for them to be able to draw these certain papers, they have to ask whether or not they're of sound mind or sound body. And sanity, I think those issues come into play. Obviously, the lawyer who drew up these papers isn't here this morning. And I
have no idea who that attorney is.
And I don't either.
One would ask some obvious questions
Sure.
to that attorney on how this attorney allowed, as a officer of the court and a member of the bar, how this went right through the attorney's office and this wasn't picked up.
I think
those are some questions I think that people would want answers to. And that's, I'm sure, something you're looking into.
That's correct, John.
Okay. So,
and Judge, the fact of the matter is that they did have some papers drawn up that would suggest that she was lucid enough to know what she was doing at the time.
Well, that goes back to the heart of the issue.
That sure does. And that's what I'm not here to prepare.
Would allow this to happen.
Exactly.
So, I take your word that these papers were drawn up.
Right.
But,
And just because she's not lucid.
This attorney paid for services would be another question out there that we'd like to find out.
And I think these are going to be answered later.
Not today, obviously. But
Right.
I'm sure Mr. Sherman is going to look into that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Mr. Sherman well. He looks into a lot of things. We've worked a lot of cases together. I really don't want to go too far into the intent because I really don't know what was on the mind of any of the parties at the time. But I would like to point out that families here and I would stipulate to the facts as laid out in the probable cause affidavit, only as Mr. Sherman's just delineated, and argue the fact that she's not a flight risk or a danger to the community. I just want to point out she has no prior arrests and or convictions. She's 50 years plus. She had 2 legitimate jobs. She was a personal trainer, and she was helping take care of Miss Helen Salazar for a period of time, because apparently there was a relationship with somebody else who was taking care of her at the time, and she left, and that's when the defendant got into the picture with Miss Salazar. I know I'm getting a little confusing here, but that's how and the point is, they'd known one another for some period of time. They'd lived across the street from one another for many years. I'd like to just bring up and proffer some testimony as to credibility.
Probable cause.
Okay.
So let me ask you, does Ms. Simmons have any criminal record?
She does not. The state's concern is that, Your Honor, would whatever bond you set, that you would order an ankle monitor.
Yes, sir.
And at least, if not indefinitely, at least for a period of time, that she does not come within 500 feet of the victim's residence.
We would agree to that, Judge.
So we're going to order an ankle monitor. We'll waive the cost of the monitor. Do they live within 500 feet of each other?
That's what
That's what I was going to ask, actually.
Okay, we'll iron that out.
Okay.
But there will be an ankle monitor. Okay. We'll talk about the distance here in a minute. So, okay, so we're on that. The thing we need to do is talk about release conditions and bond and how we're going to do that. But would you like to present some?
Sure, that'd be fine.
I know the families here. They were here yesterday.
Bring them up. Sure, I'll talk to Miss Fran Katz first. I'll bring her up first.
Come on up.
Come on up, Fran.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, you can see on that monitor right there, okay?
Can she see me?
I think so.
Oh.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us your name.
Fran Rubio Katz.
And how do you know Miss Joyce Simmons?
I had my first child. He'll be 12 in December, and the day I was allowed to go back to exercise, I went to Bally's, and I met Joyce, and she taught classes, and I started taking her classes. She has such a huge following of people that she lifts up and is so wonderful to, and she became my personal trainer. Okay. And she has been in my home with me and my babies, and I had a second son since then, since my first son is 3.5 months old. She's become a member of my family for 11.5 years. She is a wonderful woman. She raises money for the NAMI organization, the National Association for Mental Illness. Her son Vance is here. He's had some hard times over the years that we didn't discover until he was about 21. She's been an advocate for mental health. She's run numbers and numbers of fundraisers. She's never taken a penny from a person out of turn. She is a pillar of light and strength in our community and in our family. She works. This is her other client, Mrs. Crane. How old are you, Mrs. Crane?
78.
78. How long have you been working with Joyce? 14 years.
Let me ask the question. She's not under oath.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
I'm
It's okay.
sorry. I just feel.
Right, I'm telling you.
This is just like unbelievable.
I'll go sit down.
How long have you known Miss Simmons?
I've known her for 11.5 years.
Okay.
And those people have been neighbors of theirs since Vance is 7.
Right.
They didn't start taking care of him 3 months ago.
No, I understand that. No one suggested that.
Well, you're very passionate, and I think it's coming from your heart, and I do appreciate your feelings about Miss Simmons. It's obvious that you care for her and you'll hold her in high regard.
And I just want to add one more thing, is that Vance is doing really well, but he's still under her care, and I feel very concerned if she's not home about what that could lead to.
I understand. How old is Vance? Is it Vance?
Yeah, he's present.
How old is he? How old are you? 27. 27, okay. All right. Well, thank you, ma'am. Anything else you want to talk to her about?
No, I just hope that this can all be finished really soon, because it's just doesn't make any sense.
Yes, ma'am. When was the last time you saw Miss Simmons or spoke with her?
I spoke to Miss Simmons about 3 months ago. I talked to her on the phone, but she's with my aunt and my aunt's boss 3 times a week, and my mom, and I've been a teacher for 17 years. My mom's been a teacher for 48 years, and Joyce trains almost every one of my friends, is in every one of her homes. She's with all my friends all the
You
time.
were on the phone 3 months ago.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw her in person?
The last time I saw her in person was 9 months ago.
Okay.
She's been trying to get with me, to get with Vance. She's been trying to get me to work with Vance's daughter on some stuff, and I've not been able to keep my commitment to meet with them. I've just been very busy. I started my own business and with my own children, and
I understand.
but it's like one of those, any holiday, any birthday, they are there with my family I see her as much as I see my family, that are,
But you haven't seen her for 9 months.
I haven't seen her for 9 months, but I'm talking about as far as family, that's everybody goes about their business, but then we have a special occasion and we all get together and stuff like that.
I've got it. Okay, well, thank you very much, Miss Rubio Katz, right?
Yes.
Okay,
It's a big name, I know.
Thanks, Frank.
Okay,
Thank
now,
you.
is there anyone else you want to bring forward?
Just briefly, Judge, I don't want to take much more of the court's time. I just want to be able to proffer some things that would go straight to bond. Stephanie, you want to come up, please? Just stand right here and raise your right hand.
Ma'am, raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, put your hand out. Tell me your name, ma'am.
Stephanie Simmons.
Last name?
Simmons.
Stephanie, how do you know Miss Joyce Simmons, ma'am?
Joyce is one of my older sisters.
Older sisters, okay. And did you grow up here in Broward County?
No.
Where'd you grow up?
New Jersey.
Is that where she grew up also?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, just briefly, she spent her first 15, 16 years in Jersey, but she's been here ever since. She's been in the neighborhood for 30 some odd years.
Okay, ma'am.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me about your sister, ma'am?
My sister is the most giving person. She will help you. She will help anybody. She loves people.
Okay.
And people love her.
When was the last time you spoke with her?
I speak with my sister every day.
Okay, and the last time you saw her?
Well, I've seen her the day before.
Not on the TV screen here, but in person. When was the last time you saw her in person?
The day
Okay.
that she got arrested.
So within the last few days, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she have any young children under the age of 18?
She only has one child.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Anything else we need to?
Yeah. Does she take care of her son, Vance?
Yes.
Okay. And does Vance take any sort of medication that he may need?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, does she own any houses or buildings or property or anything like that?
No.
Does she have any foreign ties? In other words, does she have family outside the state or outside of Broward County, for that matter?
Property? No.
No property?
No.
But she has some family, there's some brothers and sisters that live outside the county, okay. But does she have any, does she move around a lot, or does she pretty much stay in Broward County?
She's a very busy person. She has a lot of, she has her personal clients. She also works at a gym. She does volunteer for the Performing Arts Center. She volunteers for Calvary Chapel, and she's a member of Calvary Chapel.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Okay.
She volunteers for the sports ministry. She's endless. She's endless with her giving.
Does she have, does she have any personal property? Does she own a car or anything like that?
She has a car.
Okay, but anything else as far as anything worth any value?
No.
Do you know?
What kind of car does she drive?
I think it's an Altima.
New?
I'm not sure what year it is.
It's like 4 years old, isn't it?
Okay, anything else from this?
No, I think that's it, Judge.
Okay. Now.
Let me ask you, if the judge was to set a court date, and would she show up to all the court hearings?
Yes, Joyce is a woman of dignity. She's an honorable woman.
Now I have her address is 27th Street in Sunrise. Have you been to that address before?
Yes.
And how long has she lived at that address?
Oh.
Give me a rough 5 years, 10 years?
I think she said since 2008, right? Is that what you told me?
More than 10 years.
Okay.
More than 20.
Okay.
Really?
Thank you. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, just real quick. How close does Joyce live to? Oh my, Helen. Thank you. How close does she live to Helen?
Right across the street.
How could you guesstimate what that distance would be?
I would say definitely less than 500 feet.
Okay. She's saying it's less than 500 feet.
Okay.
Would it be less than 100 feet, would you say? It would be?
Probably, yeah.
Across the neighborhood street.
Yeah.
Whatever
Like
neighborhood
right
street is.
there, like
Okay.
right.
So what we're gonna do is, okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Are they on this case?
No, it's the other case.
Okay, so anything you want to say, Mr. Sherman, about, you can have a seat if you want to. Anything you want to say, Mr. Sherman, about what you believe, we already talked about an ankle monitor, so let's go ahead.
Your Honor, there was one other fact I wanted to let the court know that I omitted in my first.
Okay.
Was that when the detective asked her yesterday how old she was, we have this on audio, and she did not, like, she stammered and she grasped and she said, I recently had a birthday, and the detective says, well, are you in your 60s, or are you in your 70s, or in your 80s, or are you in your 90s? And she replied, oh, I'm in my 70s. No, wait, I'm in my 80s. No, I'm in my 90s. So, Your Honor, the state's position is that I'm concerned because of the proximity to the victim, the fact the victim's 94. I know they're going to relocate the victim. I'm just asking for a window of time where she doesn't return to that residence.
Okay.
I have no problem with that, Judge.
And because the GPS doesn't, there's a margin of error of like 150 feet. The state would ask for a $100,000 bond.
Okay.
Judge, she
Go
clearly,
ahead and
yeah.
give me your pitch on what you think an appropriate bond would be, considering we're going to have an ankle monitor. Now, I'm going to tell you, these are what the court has garnered thus far. That she's got excellent ties to the community, and that she's got, a network. She's got her son here. She's been in that home for a number of years.
I'm thinking pretrial release, Judge, if possible, with a very low bond, because the family really is, they've used 4 different sources just to pay me, and I don't charge a lot for just to come here to talk to you.
Right, understand.
So if anything, if it was monetary bond, I'd ask for $3,500 to $5,000 in that range, if that's possible.
Okay. The court today is going to, I'm going to order pretrial release, and the defendant is not going to be allowed to have any contact, Ms. Simmons, with the alleged victim, Helen Salazar. You're not allowed to call her, text her, email her, no contact directly or indirectly. You're to stay 500 feet from her, where she lives, where she frequents the doctor, the store. You are not allowed to have any direct or indirect dealings with any of her legal issues, any of her banking issues. I'm going to order that.
Judge, before you order, I just wanted to add one thing, and I had forgotten about this prior to. There's also, I want to just include a couple of letters from some other citizens, some doctors that she's friendly with, and some people that she does volunteer work. May I approach, Your Honor?
Mr. Sherman? Let me just finish, ma'am. You're to stay 500 feet from Ms. Salazar. You're not allowed to have any contact with any of her legal matters, her banking matters. You're not allowed to have any of her banking materials in your possession, whether it be a debit card or a checkbook or any kind of accounting regarding the bank. And ma'am, I'm going to order that while you're on release, you are not allowed to, other than your son, you are not allowed to have power of attorney over anyone else's affairs. Is that clear, Ms. Simmons?
Yes, Your Honor.
And other than your son and yourself, you're not allowed to do any banking on behalf of anyone else. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Okay. Now, okay. I didn't look at the letters. Let me just take a quick look here. So, South Florida, okay, see that? Okay. That's impressive, Dr. Filippo. Personally, okay, no tenure. Okay. Dr. Schillinger, okay, so those are impressive. Okay, Now, the court notes that she has no criminal record. She has ties to the community. She is supportive of family. The court believes that with pretrial release and this court's order, the court can be reasonably certain that she won't engage in this type of activity, and that she doesn't necessarily represent a danger to Miss Salazar that can't be addressed with the pretrial release and a reasonable bond in this case. The court's going to set exploitation of the elderly on count 1 at $7,500, grand theft on count 2, $7,500. Total bonds $15,000 today. The court also bases the strength of the case and the strength of the case against her, the witnesses, the matters we discussed, and what's contained in the affidavit. And the court also notes that she is possibly facing severe sanctions if she's convicted on these matters. Pretrial release, as I said, GPS monitor will waive the cost. Ma'am, I'm going to limit your geographically to Miami-Dade, Broward, West Palm Beach while you're out on release. You have to stay within the 3-county area.
Judge, just a clarification. She's not on community control or just
She can travel.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
She is on GPS level 2.
Well, level 2. See, here's a problem. See, this is a problem when we walk out of here. All of a sudden, they're on house arrest.
No.
Okay.
It's not going to happen. And
All
if
right.
it does, just let my office know and we'll straighten it out. But
I appreciate it,
we're being
Judge. Thank
very
you.
clear about this, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
When she's on level 2, she will still have to give them
Schedule.
a schedule.
Okay.
Okay.
Additionally, because she's on GPS, I understand that.
But she is a personal trainer.
They're going to be relocated, but until such time, she must remain 500 feet away, even if it means not going back to her own residence.
Right. So for the time being, she probably needs to stay away from her own residence.
Okay. Until they relocate.
Now, I think that clarifies everything, right?
Okay.
Okay, now, I want to thank the family for coming in. I want to thank you, Ms. Katz. I want to thank Vance, the son. And up front, ma'am, remind me of your name. Stephanie? Okay. Your name, ma'am?
Pat Crane.
Pat Crane. It looks like we met before somewhere, Miss Crane.
I don't know.
She has a familiar Irish face, I can tell you.
It happens. It happens.
Somewhere around town, I know we've met, all right? Take care, ma'am.
One of the things the attorney said was that she's a personal trainer. The court is still saying that she must have a schedule, correct?
Well, see, the problem, if she's personally training, I don't know if it's going to be a radical or very...
She can give a schedule, all
Okay.
right? That's standard operating procedure, okay?
Okay, thanks, Judge.
Thank you. May I see the attorneys up here real quick? Mr. Schultz?
Your Honor, if we could call Darien Martin.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry we took a little time to try to get it right. Which case you have?
Darien Martin.
Let's see, Darien Martin.
Darien.
Sorry.
Come on. No, she's not going back. Not for a while.
Darien Martin. Okay. Hi.
Real interpreter?
Well,
I don't think this is Creole. Can you just wait one moment and call you in a moment?
Okay.
Thank you. We have our Spanish interpreter back there also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your
Can you stand by about 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're here on Darien Martin. Mr. Martin, I don't know if I advised you your rights before. I'll do it again. You have the right to remain silent. If you've got that right to do whatever you say, can and will be used against you. Stand down, Mr. Martin.
You understand your right to remain silent?
Yes.
We're going to go ahead and invoke that right, Judge.
I understand, Mr. Martin. If you feel like you want to tell me something, don't tell me anything. Whisper it to the attorney next to you and let him say it on your behalf, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So you're charged with burglary of a dwelling armed, grand theft, and grand theft of a firearm. Now, State, are you seeking a foreclosed bond and release condition?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, I previously said, when we were in between a couple other cases, that at this time, the court was a bit doubtful as to proof evidence presumption grade. But that being said, I'm going to let you go ahead and, if you want to proffer.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to supplement. I have Detective Christopher Panetti present in court, Your Honor. He wrote the probable cause affidavit. I'm going to have his testimony supplement the probable cause affidavit, Your Honor.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, tell us your name.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Tell us your name.
Detective Christopher Panetti.
Panetti?
Yep.
Okay, and you're employed by the sheriff's office?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to investigate Darien Martin regarding a burglary of a dwelling in Pompano?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to ask questions?
Judge, at this time, defense would, we're going to make our standing objection. We don't believe the court's purview to direct examine the witness. I believe that the state attorney's job is to do that. And we would ask the court to refrain from direct examining the witness.
Well, Mr. Miller, number one is the court was not going to examine the witness. The court was turning it over to the state attorney's office to examine the witness. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Panetti, you had an opportunity to investigate the burglary of a residence belonging to Michelle Brecco?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you please, based on your investigation, tell the judge what you were able to determine how this burglary occurred at her residence?
Okay. How we became aware of this incident was there is a license plate reader system in the city of Lauderdale by the Sea that captured a stolen vehicle traveling southbound in A1A in the area of Terramar. The deputies responded to that scene. A short time went by, the vehicle was located. The subjects, 4 of them at the time, including the defendant here, bailed out of that vehicle.
Okay, let me ask you, were you
yes.
on scene when that happened?
No, I was not.
Okay, how long after this allegedly occurred did you arrive on scene?
For me, it was probably roughly, I would say, maybe 45 minutes or so.
Okay, do you know, is there anyone in the room who was there on scene when these defendants allegedly bailed out of the vehicle?
No, sir. It was Detective Marcel was there at the time.
Okay, so go ahead, Steve.
Have you had an opportunity to speak to this detective?
Yes, I have.
And he relayed information that you used as part of your investigation?
That is correct.
Okay, could you please continue?
Yes. Basically what happened was the 4 subjects exited the vehicle. They were all eventually captured without any use of force or incident. The defendant was arrested by Detective Danny Marcel, who informed me that a firearm was later located during the investigation. That was approximately about 8 to 10 feet away from where the defendant was arrested. He was the only subject seen in that area as they fled from the vehicle and was taken into custody solely in that area alone.
Let me ask you, did you go back to the scene of where this crime allegedly took place, or where they were captured?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did anyone point out to you where the defendant, the exact spot on the ground where he was taken into custody?
I did not go back there. We were busy conducting the interviews with the defendants. However, the Detective Marcel did go back there, did identify, and showed me a picture of where it was. But I'm not, explicitly familiar with the city of Lauderdale by the Sea.
I understand, but I just want to be specific. He showed you a picture of where the defendant had been standing or where the gun was found?
It was a close-up photo of basically a couple foot area where the firearm was.
Okay, and was this in a yard? Was it on the street?
It was
on the sidewalk?
It was on like adjoining property of an apartment building.
Okay, and was this in the daytime when it was found?
Yes.
Okay, and all right, go ahead, Steve.
And just to be clear, the detective told you that Mr. Martin was approximately 8 to 10 feet from this firearm?
That is correct.
And that none of the other co-defendants were in that area?
That is correct.
Okay. Could you please tell the court, based on your investigation, what have you been able to determine so far about how the burglary actually occurred at the home?
The investigative route that was taken was when we heard the car was stopped and subjects were taken into custody, deputies did voice over the radio that there was jewelry inside the vehicle, a large amount of jewelry, and we became aware of that in the city of Pompano Beach. So we pulled our CAD reports for open calls that may have been coming in for a burglary that may have just occurred or had occurred or was delayed from the day. And we noticed right away that there was a burglary on the beach location of A1A in North Ocean Boulevard in Pompano Beach, which was approximately a few miles north of where this vehicle was stopped, where a burglary was reported to a residence. I called the victim immediately. She told me that a glass door was broken to the residence, and she was missing a large amount of jewelry from inside the residence.
Okay, and was the gun was also missing?
Yes, it was actually found out a little further into the case.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. I just want to clarify. Was the gun that was missing the same gun that was recovered?
That is correct. It was a Smith & Wesson revolver, I believe, so it's a very specific gun. It's not like a Glock where it looks like.
I mean, are you sure that was the same gun and not just a similar gun?
Yeah, the victim identified both the jewelry on scene via photos along with the firearm.
Okay, I just have a couple questions to clarify. How many people had been in the car that bailed out?
4.
4 people?
Yes.
And do you know whether they all ran in different directions, or did they all run in basically the same direction? Or do you know? What I'm trying to figure out right now is, could another of one of the defendants have tossed the gun? You know, they're running shoulder to shoulder. One tosses the gun, one runs a little bit further. He gets captured closer to the gun, but he's not the one that tossed the gun. So that's what I'm trying to clarify right now. If you could tell me about that.
My conversation with Detective Marcel about that, because we were obviously concerned about possibly having a person that may not have had the firearm exiting the vehicle and having someone throw it and have the wrong person here for that reason.
Right.
Our main concern was that when I talked to Detective Marcel, he did say explicitly that he saw the defendant run down this certain path at this apartment building and exit that exact location, and that was literally about 8 to 10 feet, according to the detective, where this firearm was found. He told me that he did not see any other parties or suspects in that area running from the vehicle.
You said it was like an alleyway or a pathway?
What it is multiple apartment buildings in that area, and there's little breezeways that go either under the stairwells of the buildings to the back, or spaces between the apartment buildings as well that they could have traveled through. So that was the setup. Basically, it's an apartment block, basically, of multiple buildings.
Was he clear? Was he clear that there was no other one of the co-defendants near the path of where this defendant had run?
According to Detective Marcel, that is correct.
Okay. Did you take any fingerprints off the guns, or have you tried to do that yet?
We had a crime scene aide process the vehicle, collect the jewelry, process the car, and process the firearm for DNA and I believe fingerprints.
You don't have any results on that yet?
No, sir. This was just last night.
Okay. And let me ask you, where were the other co-defendants captured in relation to where they allegedly bailed out of the car?
Specifically, I am not sure. I know they were all within, I believe, 2 were captured closer to Commercial Boulevard, which is maybe a quarter mile south of where they were. Another one was, I believe, arrested in an apartment building nearby on the 4th floor. So they were scattered throughout.
Okay. Okay. State, do you have any other questions?
Yes, very briefly. Detective Panetti, based on your investigation, speaking with the alleged victim, have you been able to determine what time frame that this burglary could have been committed in?
The time frame was quite large. Originally, it was an 8-hour time delay. She left for work in the morning and then returned in the afternoon and the evening and found the burglary to the residence, which is when she called. And that call came in at 17:06 hours yesterday. And that was actually after the vehicle was spotted on the LPR. What we did to estimate the time on the probable cause affidavit was during the interviews with the defendant here and co-defendants, it appears that the burglary was occurring for roughly 10 to 15, maybe even 20 minutes, and that's what we gathered from the conversations. So we went back from the time that the vehicle was on the LPR and basically estimated maybe 20-minute time delay.
20-minute time delay. Now, I have just a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any way of knowing whether or not this defendant was present when the burglary took place?
What he did was during our interview, we asked him, to give us a story and kept it as vague as possible to have him provide us intimate information about the crime. He was able to advise me without direct questioning of how entry was made into the residence, where and how entry was made by the subjects, And he did tell me that 2 back passengers went up to the rear of the residence and used a window punch, and that is exactly what happened. The window was punched. A window punch was actually collected from the rear passenger after they were bailed out and taken into custody. So everything began to match up to show that he had knowledge that this crime did occur, why he was present in the vehicle. Our only question, honestly, is to decide what his role was exactly. We know that everybody in that car appears to be an active participant, whether he was the actual burglar that went into the residence or as a lookout, but all 4 of the occupants of that vehicle were aware that they were there to commit a burglary.
Okay. Anything else, Mr.
Yes, Detective, other
I'm
than...
going to allow Mr. Miller to follow up with a couple of questions if he chooses, all right?
Other than the jewelry, was there anything else found in the car?
No.
Was there anything found to indicate how they broke into the home?
The window punch was found in a rear passenger inside the vehicle.
That's okay.
Yes,
So
a
the window
juvenile
punch.
co-defendant, yes.
I didn't mean any stolen property. I meant anything else. So the window punch was found in the car.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing
Okay,
further.
Mr. Miller, I'm going to allow the defense to ask.
Judge, I appreciate that. We are going to reserve any argument for a future date.
Okay.
We'll talk to him in deposition.
Okay. Today the court will find there is proof evident presumption great that this defendant committed the armed burglary. The court asked several questions and the court is needed clarification, but the court is satisfied at this time that that burden has been met. Now, I'm going to ask, are there any priors on this gentleman?
Your Honor, Mr. Martin is currently out on bond on another case for strong arm robbery and felony battery, great bodily harm.
What's the case number?
The case number is 1531 CF10A.
CF10, and that is did you say burglary or strong arm robbery?
It was strong arm robbery and felony battery, great bodily harm. It might be a moot issue anyways, Your Honor, but just to let you know in case the court was considering doing anything with the bonds on 2 and 3.
Right.
The allegation in that case is that Mr. Martin and several co-defendants attacked a man. I don't know what his exact position was, but according to the report, he was trying to close his church, attacked him, fractured his orbital bone, and Mr. Martin, through his own admission, stole his phone, his cell phone, to sell for money.
I'm going to assume this defendant has no money in the bank, he has no assets, no ability to post bond, but based on these facts, based on what he's out on, court believes he represents a danger to the community. Count 2, grand theft $10,000. Count 3, grand theft of firearm $15,000. He's going to be held without bond on count 1. I'm going to order on count 5. I'm going to order his bond on case 1531 CF10. That bond's revoked. Release conditions are revoked. The defendant is held without bond. Thank you.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to reassert my client's right to remain silent. Before this man leaves, I would ask you to direct him not to try to interview my client without first talking to someone from his attorney's team.
Well, I will acknowledge that you've invoked your client's rights, and if you have anything happens that is unlawful regarding contact with him, then obviously that can be taken up with the trial judge. All right? Thank you. Thank you. Now, okay, who was here first, Spanish or Creole? Okay, Creole. Okay, do we have any Creole speakers? Excuse me?
Eston at No Proud. She's on the second look.
What is the last name?
Eston.
Delta Eston, second look. Is that
North
second look?
North Broward. North Broward.
Okay. Ma'am, do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Creole, Creole to English truthfully to the best of your ability?
I do. Vivian Saint-Ange.
Okay. Good afternoon, Miss Eston.
Bonsoir, Miss Eston.
Let's see one moment to just check.
Oui, ma parle avec créole, ma parle interprète pour.
Oui.
has not been filed. She's titled ROI.
Ma'am, you will be released from custody today. Thank you.
Madame, ya pou la go jodi, merci.
Merci.
You want to make another announcement?
Say thank you, God bless you. Gen lot moun ki bezwen interprète créole?
I have to take just a brief break, and I'll be right back, all right? Just a brief break, Mr. Interpreter. I'll be right back. Thanks. Okay, we're back on. Now, may I see, want to come up, sir?
Yes, sir.
Who the Spanish speaker is, but. Sir, do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish, Spanish, English truthfully and to the best of your ability?
I do, and I get what's an easy core interpreter.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ojedas.
Buenas tardes, señor Ojeda.
It's Ojedas, I believe.
How do you spell it?
Ojedis. Ojedas?
Buenas tardes, señor Ojedis.
Okay. Now, sir,
Señor,
will you raise your right hand?
si puede levantar la mano derecha.
You swear or affirm
Jura o
to tell
firmo,
the truth, the
decir la
whole
verdad,
truth,
toda
and
la
nothing
y
but
nada
the
más que la
truth.
verdad. I swear.
Okay, put your hand out. Tell me your
Baje la
name.
mano y dígame su nombre.
Con Ojedis.
Okay, and how do you know Miss Kimberly Oadus?
¿Y cómo usted conoce a la señora Kimberly Ojedis?
Y es mi hija.
She's my daughter.
Okay, and how long has she lived down here in South
¿Cuánto tiempo ha
Florida?
habido ella aquí en el sur de la Florida?
No, she doesn't live. She lives in Connecticut.
Ah, no vive aquí, vive en Connecticut. ella.
Venimos de vacaciones.
Yes, we've come on vacation.
Okay. When do you intend to go back?
¿Cuándo tiene intención de regresar?
Teníamos intención de regresar hoy día.
Our intention was to return today.
Okay. Do you know her cousin,
¿Usted conoce el
the person named Pedro Lazo?
primo de ella, Pedro Lazo? Yes, he's my nephew.
Okay. And
She's the son of my sister.
it's alleged that she struck him with
Digan que ella lo
a
golpeó a él
glass
con
cup
un vidrio, una copa
and
de
it gave
vidrio.
him a large laceration on
Hay
his
una
forehead.
laceración grande sobre su
Have you spoken
cabeza.
with him?
¿Usted ha hablado usted con él? Yes.
How's he doing now?
¿Cómo le está yendo a él ahora?
Está bien recuperado. Lo tuve que matar un brief para Connecticut.
He's fine. He's recovering, and I had to put him on a bus back to Connecticut.
I understand. Does he live in Connecticut
¿Él vive
also?
en Connecticut también? Yes, he lives in Connecticut.
Does your daughter and he live in the same home in Connecticut?
¿Su hija y él viven en el mismo hogar en Connecticut? No.
Okay. Sir, did you have contact with her?
¿Tuvo contacto usted con el...? No, no hubo contacto con la víctima. ¿Tiene antecedentes? ¿Tiene antecedentes? No, no tiene.
Is she employed?
¿Ella tiene trabajo? Sí. Yes.
What type of work?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo?
Trabaja en Victoria's Secret.
She works in a shop of Victoria's Secrets.
Okay, and are you going to bond her from the jail today?
¿Y usted va a pagar la fianza para sacarla de la cárcel hoy? Sí. Yes.
Okay, and what type of work do you do, sir?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hace usted, señor?
Yo trabajo allá mismo en Stanford, Connecticut, en mantenimiento en un edificio de UBS.
I work over there in Stamford, Connecticut. I work as a maintenance in a building.
Okay, are you going to bond her out of jail today?
O sea que usted le va a pagar la fianza a ella hoy. Yes.
I'm going to set her bond at $2,500, all right?
$1,500, ¿está bien?
You can bond her out of jail.
¿Puede pagar la fianza?
Ma'am, I'm going to order you
Señora,
no
voy a ordenar que no tenga
contact
contacto
directly or indirectly
directa o
with Pedro
indirectamente
Lazo.
con Pedro Lazo.
Stay 500 feet from him
Manténgase
at all
500 pies de
times.
distancia de él a todo momento.
You're not allowed to possess
No
any
se le permite
guns
tener
or
armas de
weapons
fuego o
once
armas
you're released.
una vez que es soltada.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
She can,
Judge, can I call one out of order?
yes, sir. She can go to Connecticut,
Ella puede ir a Connecticut,
but she'll have to come back down here to go to court.
pero va a tener que regresar aquí para ir al
Now,
tribunal.
you may want to consider
Quizás
hiring
quiera
an
considerar
attorney here
contratar
locally
un abogado aquí en este local o
before you go back,
antes de que regrese,
because the
porque
attorney can go to court
el abogado
for
puede
her,
ir al tribunal en lugar de
so
ella.
she doesn't need to keep
Así que
coming
ella no
back
tiene que
and forth.
volver y venir y volver y venir.
Okay?
¿Ok?
Thank you.
Gracias.
Yes, sir. What do you want me to call?
Judge Carlos Gonzalez, please, page 7 of your docket.
Let's see Carlos Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, you're charged with petty theft.
Señor González, es acusado de hurto menor.
Oh, we don't need
Oh,
Probable, do you want to make,
Sure,
stand
I-
by one moment.
Okay,
Stand by one
okay,
moment. Okay, petty theft, court finds probable cause. State, do you have any priors on this gentleman?
Yes, Your Honor.
May of this year, he had a criminal mischief. Last year, out of date, petty theft.
Okay.
2012 burglary conveyance unoccupied.
Looks like he went to prison on that, 17 months.
Okay.
2011 trespass resisting without violence and disorderly conduct.
Got it.
Possession of cocaine, 2007. He had a battery on a Leo and resisting without violence, 2004 out of Tampa. 99 out of Hillsborough, possession of a cannabis.
Got it.
Drug priors. This one,
Okay,
99.
now, sir, do you have any money in the bank?
No, sir, I'm on disability income.
Okay, I'm gonna set your bond today at, you have criminal mischief this year, petty theft last year, burglaries, you've gone to prison. You set your bond today at $250. You can bond out. Do not return to Walgreens. Thank you, good luck.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, down the middle, out the door.
¿Alguien más en la sala requiere intérprete en español?
Spanish? Ven. We have one, Judge. I don't... ¿Cómo se llama, señor? ¿Cómo se llama?
Okay, what is your name, sir?
¿Cuál es su nombre, señor?
Roberto Mat.
Roberto, ¿Roberto qué?
Matos.
Matos.
Judge.
Okay.
He is on page 11 of your document.
Página 11 del calendario.
Mr. Matos, you're charged with illegally using a credit card.
Señor Matos es acusado de usar ilegalmente una tarjeta de crédito.
Counterfeiting a credit card.
Haciendo una tarjeta ilícita también.
Count 3, possession of a forged driver's license.
Falsificación de tarjeta de crédito. Y tercer cargo es posesión de una licencia de conducir falsificada.
Count 4, giving false identification to the police.
Cuarto cargo es dar identificación falsificada a la policía.
Count 5, you're on probation for grand theft from Miami.
Y el quinto cargo está bajo probatoria por hurto mayor en el condado de Miami.
The court finds probable cause each and every count.
Dictamina que existe motivo fundado para cada uno de los cargos el juez.
Sir, are you currently employed?
Señor, ¿actualmente tiene empleo?
Yeah, that's
No.
Do you have money in the bank?
¿Tiene dinero en el banco?
No.
No.
Do you own any houses or land?
¿Es dueño de casas o propiedades?
No.
No.
How long have you lived in South Florida?
¿Cuánto tiempo ha vivido en el sur de la Florida?
Cada 12 años.
¿Perdón?
Cada 12 años.
Every 12 years.
Okay, do you have any family here in South Florida?
Señor, ¿tiene familia aquí en el sur de la Florida?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. See?
Fiscalía.
He's got
Señoría, ¿tiene?
the only other thing I see
Lo
in
único otro que yo veo, su señoría,
05, he went through pre-trial diversion
2005,
for
un programa divergente procesal
betting, wagering, gambling on
por
animal fights.
apostar y con respecto a peleas de animales.
Okay. Now, okay, sir, based on the, hold on one second.
Un segundo.
Bullet.
Your Honor?
Stand by one moment.
Un momento.
Okay, so you think he has an open grand theft out of Miami right now?
Yeah, it shows he was arrested April 3rd, and I'm not showing any resolution one way or another. It appeared still pending.
Okay.
Or you could.
Are we back on the? I didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought. Yeah, we've been on the record the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, he said one moment. I'm sorry.
No, we're on.
Estaban verificando si era ofensor sexual aquí en el estado de la Florida y verificaron que no era así, que lo que aparecía en la computadora es por el arresto de Miami-Dade.
Okay, sir, based on the facts of the case, the,
Sino basado en los hechos del caso,
Yeah, he was on probation for grand theft also.
so the court's going to set your bond on count 1,
por el primer cargo va a fijar la
2,
fianza,
and 3 at $5,000 per count.
2, 3 y 5,000 cada uno.
Count 4,
Cuarto,
1,000.
1,000.
Your total bond $16,000
Su
today.
fianza total es $16,000
Plus count
hoy,
5.
más el quinto
You're
cargo,
already on probation for a theft out of Miami, and it appears you have an open grand theft this year out of Miami also.
que ya estaba bajo probatoria por hurto mayor y parece que tiene un caso abierto por hurto mayor en Miami. Gracias, señor.
How about, all right, you want to make one more?
Yo answer. ¿Alguien más en la sala requiere intérprete en español? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No takers at the moment.
Okay, how about Sharon Unro?
North Broward. North Broward.
North Broward, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, you're charged with theft, and that's not showing up in court, ma'am. Your bond's $250. Thank you, Miss Lundgren.
Can I explain what happened? I was in the hospital for 30 days, and I did not ever receive a court date by mail. And I'm on disability. I don't have the means to pay the bond?
Well, they're two separate issues. You say you were in the hospital, but okay. Let me ask. What was the dates you were in the hospital, ma'am?
I just got out last week, and I was in there from June 26th.
How's that possible? She was arrested June 27th.
Well, it was right after that I went into the hospital.
When did you? What was the first day you were in the hospital, ma'am?
It must have been June 30th.
June 30th. And which day did you get out of the hospital?
I got out last Thursday.
Which was?
I went into the University Pavilion, and then I went to Naples, to the Willows in Naples.
Okay. And is there?
And
okay. Go ahead.
I never received the court paper for the date. I had someone looking in the mail for me, and also I had ordered a food stamp card to be renewed to me, and they said that it came back to them as undeliverable. So I don't think I ever got the court date, or I would have been here.
Do you have an apartment number?
No.
No unit number? No?
No.
Okay. It's still on 8th. You still live on 8th Street, right?
Yes, sir, and I don't have the means to bond out. I don't have family or anything.
Okay. Steve, does she have any priors that you know?
Well, I'd have to check.
No, I've never been into the...
No, I'm not going to be. It's.
You want her BCCN?
No, her BCCN is not going to tell me anything in this situation. Just one moment. I have it here. Just a DUI from 2008.
Ma'am, have a seat. We'll be back with you in a moment, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Don Unro.
Unro. North Broward, Your Honor.
Okay, Miss Unruh, you're charged with resisting arrest and open container, ma'am. Would you like to resolve your case today, Miss Unruh?
Yes, I would.
Plead no contest, and the case will be over with today. Do you understand?
Yes, no
All right,
contest.
ma'am. Wow. They ask you just to stop drinking beer on the seawall at Las Olas, and you turned around and dropped the F-bomb on the police. Well, yeah, I wouldn't say that's high diplomacy right there. All right, ma'am.
He accused me of throwing a open container, and I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't have an open container.
Right,
I had a closed container. I had a beer that was closed.
Would you like to plead no contest and end the case today? You'll be out of jail today?
Yeah, no contest. I plead.
Excuse me. Do you understand? We're not going to have a trial. We're not going to. You're not going to have your day in court. It's wrapped up right now. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, I understand that.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll withhold it. How do you plead? How do you plead?
No contest.
Okay, I'll withhold adjudication. Thank you. How about Emily Polino?
Polino. North Broward, Your Honor. Polino.
Never mind. Yeah, I know.
Polino. Hi, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Hi.
You've been charged with prostitution, and the court finds probable cause. It says your third or subsequent offense. I'm going to find out. State, does she have any priors?
Checking that right now.
Ma'am, do you have any legal type of employment right now?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any money in the bank?
No, but I have a friend that would bond me out, I think.
Okay. And how long have you lived down here in South Florida?
A couple of years.
Okay. And do you have your own apartment or house you live in?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just going. I got to go through a few states.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm just. She does have the prostitution priors, 2011, 2012. She also has a lot of drug priors, Your Honor. Yeah, that too. Yeah, my bad. Lots of drugs and prostitution.
All right, ma'am. You've got, it looks like three prior prostitutions. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and set your bond at $1,000, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, all right. Mr. Vernon Nelson.
Not going anywhere.
Nelson, I'm sorry. Sir, you're charged, you have a traffic matter, no driver's license, Mr. Kelson. Give me a quick moment here. I'm looking here. You have an ID card, no driver's license. All right, sir, would you like to, you want to resolve your case today? Plead no contest. The case will be over with right now.
Yes, sir.
You understand we're not going to have a trial. Case is wrapped up right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you plead, sir?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll withhold adjudication. Good luck. Thank you. How about
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Barrett Michaels, Robert Henyan, and
Judge.
James Peterson. Line up.
Barrett Michaels is a medical reset. Mr. Henyan has private counsel.
Judge.
I sent an email.
Okay, so Henyan has private counsel.
Yes,
Wait,
Judge.
wait, where's Barrett Michaels?
They said it was a medical
Medical
reset,
reset.
but I was informed that
Is that Barrett right there?
No, that's Henyan.
No, Peterson.
At the
Henyan,
lectern is
Peterson.
Henyan.
Oh boy, you look just like Barrett Michaels. Look at those booking photos. I thought it was the same. All right, hold on. We'll get back. Robert Henyan.
He has private counsel, Judge. David Eddy.
What's his name?
David Eddy.
Okay, I don't. Do you have
954.
Okay, hold on.
954
Okay.
527 4111. Stand up straight.
If you look at Henry's booking photo and look at Barrett Michaels,
Well,
not that far apart.
it's the hairstyle.
Yeah. Hi, this is Judge Hurley. May I speak with the attorney?
I'll sit down. Okay. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, he's got a client, Mr. David has a client named Robert Henyan, who's been arrested for a DUI.
That's what I'm saying here.
And multiple counts of DUI. And I'll just tell him to contact Mr. David when he gets out of jail, okay? Okay, thank you. Bye. Sure.
Just
Okay,
go ahead and
now-
give him your ties to the community when he asks.
Robert Henyan, let me ask you a question, sir. How long have so you've been charged with DUI, DUI property damage, DUI, enhanced breath reading, .96, .196, .197, driving on the wrong side of the road. Court finds probable cause. Mr. Henyan, how long have you lived down here in South Florida, sir?
Born and raised, sir, my whole
Go to
life.
high school.
I went to Sunset.
Yeah, are you currently employed?
I am not.
What type of work do you do when you work?
I was a cook. I had a bad accident. I have a rod in my leg, so I'm not working now. Can't stand that long.
Okay, do you have any money in the bank?
I have about $120 in the bank right now, sir.
Okay, and do you have family down here in South Florida?
Yes, I have my grandma and my stepdad.
Judge.
Okay, go ahead, say it.
2011 battery, 2011 battery, 2010 possession of alprazolam, corsprodol, 06 aggravated assault with deadly weapon, aggravated battery on a victim over 65, criminal mischief over 1,000 with a VOP, 30-month state prison, a few possessions of marijuana, resisting with violence, DWLS, criminal mischief, in 04, unlawful use of false name identity in 04 and 01, end of record.
Okay, so I'm going to let you bond out. Count 1 is 500, 2 and 3 are 1,000, based on your criminal record and the facts of the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
That's it. Good luck.
See James Peterson.
Peterson, main jail, declined PD.
Sir, DUI, DUI property damage, and careless driving. Court finds probable cause. I have no driving record on Mr. Peterson.
He's from Wisconsin. You're not
Right,
going
Mr.
to.
Peterson, I find probable cause. How long have you been down here in South Florida?
I come periodically for a project that I'm working on, sir.
What type of work do you do?
I'm a project director for an engineering firm. We're working on the airport extension.
Okay, and How long are you going to be down here in South Florida?
As soon as I catch a flight home, I need to be in Texas next week, sir.
Okay. Do you have any money in the bank, sir?
I have money in the bank, sir.
Okay, let me ask. Go ahead. State of the priors on him.
He had a DUI arrest in 2014 in Illinois. I have no disposition on
Okay,
it.
DUI in 2014, Illinois?
Well, I don't know the disposition.
I understand.
You know.
Let me ask you, Mr. Peters.
Reduced to reckless.
I understand.
That was a reduced to reckless.
I understand. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Peterson, I'm going to let you bond out 500 on one, 1,000 on two, but I want to tell you that you're in kind of a unique situation. You only have 10 days to get a temporary driving permit at the Department of Motor Vehicles here in Broward County. You can't do it in Wisconsin. You can't do it in Texas. You have to do it here. If you don't get it in the 10 days, they automatically suspend your driver's license. So you should probably retain an attorney before you leave to have your attorney go through that process for you. That's not the criminal process. That's the Department of Motor Vehicles. The criminal process will be in the courthouse, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Your bond's
Thank you.
1,500.
Good luck. Thank you, Judge.
Barrett Michaels. Excuse me? Okay, Barrett Michaels, I'll reset this. Before I go any further, are there priors on Barrett Michaels?
Hold on, Judge. I have to pull his paperwork back. Yes, he does.
Okay, I'm going to find probable cause. Tell me what they are.
Okay. Wow. It looks like he's got a pending cocaine, hydrocodone, alprazolam drug paraphernalia,
Okay.
and a pending grand theft and petty theft.
What are those case numbers?
The drug case is 14-4179 CF10A. The theft case is 14-1358 CF10A. He also had a trafficking oxycodone between 14 and 28 grams in 2010, sentenced to 3 years. 04, he had a fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement, possession of cocaine, DUI, leaving the scene of an accident. He's had other drug priors, but those are the highlights. A burg dwelling in 99.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead today without prejudice. I'm going to raise his bond in this case to $1,500, and I'm going to, based on his criminal record, trafficking, oxycodone, fleeing, eluding, DUI, leaving the scene of an accident, burg dwelling. I'm also going to revoke his bonds on 14-4179 CF10A, 14-1358 CF10. Those bonds are revoked. He's going to be held without bond, and I'm going to reset this matter for Friday p.m. Thank you. Okay, now I see Timothy Coer, Merrill Brown, and Rajiv Beckford.
Coer is at North Broward.
Mr. Coer, where are you, sir? North Broward. North Broward, do you have Coer?
Your Honor, he was a medical reset.
Okay. Court finds probable cause. I'm going to reset this for Friday p.m. Okay, now I see Merrill Brown.
Medical reset.
Okay, I'm going to reset this for Friday p.m.
Does the court find probable cause?
Probable cause on Merrill Brown. How about Rajiv Beckford?
Conti. Your Honor, Beckford was in court today, room 7810.
Got it. 1,000 per count. Probable cause is found. How about Z.J. Williams, Raheem
North
Dia,
Broward.
and Randy Jule?
Your Honor, Z.J. Williams from North Broward. He was sent back on Bravo shift, inappropriate.
Judge, can we just reset this matter for tomorrow and do a mental health screen? And I think Mr. Miller had an argument as to probable cause, right? Am I correct?
No, I was just going to ask for a mental health screen. Yes,
Oh.
there is a probable cause argument as well.
It just has to reset it for tomorrow. I mean, but in the abundance of caution, please do a mental health screen.
Friday PM docket, I'll order mental health screen. There you go. Okay, may I see Raheem Dia?
President of the Maine declined PD.
Sir, violating community control, that's a no bond hold. Thank you. How about Randy Jule?
President of the Maine, we have an argument for count 2.
Okay,
Yes, I will.
All right, count 1, possession of burglary tools. Count 2, attempt to solicit, conspire on a first-degree felony. Count 3, tampering with evidence. So, what's your argument on count 2, sir?
It's listed in the docket as criminal attempt, solicit, conspire, first-degree felony. According to the probable cause affidavit, the alleged confessions were to burglary of a conveyance, which is a third-degree felony. And so I would argue that the count degree is incorrect.
Got it. I'll change it to third degree. Now, that being said, the court will find probable cause to each and every count, and count 4 is a warrant on a traffic case, $500. Sir, let me ask you working at this time?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for work?
Cactus car wash.
Do you have any money in the bank?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead, state any priors.
One moment, Your Honor.
Who's going to help bond you out today?
My mom.
Okay.
Let's see. It looks like he has 2 open cases, Your Honor.
What are they for?
One's for burglary of a dwelling, tampering of evidence, grand theft, resisting without violence.
Case number?
14-12744, CF10A. The other is burg dwelling grand theft.
What's the case number?
1414501, CF10A.
Okay, sir, today I'm going to set your bond on count 1 at $1,000, count 2 at $2,500, count 3 at $1,000, count 4 the traffic case, you're going to have a $500 bond. The court will revoke the bond you're out on. 14-12744 CF10, 14-14501 CF10. Those bonds are revoked. You're going to be held without bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
How about Ronald Carter, Jesse Callens, and Jason Llewellyn Miller?
Mr. Carter is president of the Maine.
Okay, Mr. Carter, trafficking oxycodone, possession of cocaine, possession of cannabis, drug paraphernalia, tampering with evidence. The court finds probable cause. State, do we have any priors on this gentleman?
Yes, Judge.
What are they?
1996, possession of cocaine with a violation of probation. 1989, murder in the second degree.
Okay.
Attempted murder in the first degree.
99.
Attempted robbery with a firearm or deadly weapon. 12 years state prison.
Murder.
No.
Second degree. And then attempted murder.
Attempted murder first degree. Attempted robbery with a firearm or deadly weapon. 12 years state prison.
Judge, Mr. Carter is denying that he ever had a violation of probation.
Okay. All right. I mean, in the grand scheme
That's
of,
fine. That's fine, Judge.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Okay, so.
I have a duty, Judge.
Yeah, I know. You know, we're talking murder and attempted murder, and he didn't have a violation on a drug charge.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
All right. So, Mr. Miller, I think you want to say on behalf of Mr. Ronald Carter.
Judge, Mr. Carter would like to address the court. If the court wishes to inquire as to his ties, I have no objection.
All right. What do you do for work right now, Mr. Carter?
I work for Simply Roofing.
Do you have any money in the bank?
About $175.
Okay, and do you have family down here in South Florida?
Yes, all my family.
Who's going to help bond you out today?
My whole family. All right. I'm gonna have to, if I could get it low enough, I'm gonna have to ask everybody to help me out.
Okay. Sorry, I do note that I read here that you allegedly are targeted from a confidential informant that you're dealing in oxycodone pills, crack cocaine. Allegedly, you're driving a 2010 four-door gray Cadillac CTS. You're driving that up to this drug deal.
That's
Observe You allegedly tried to swallow the drugs when the police got there. And,
No, sir.
Allegedly oxycodone pills, crack cocaine. Okay. I got it, sir. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set your bond on count 1 based on your conviction for murder, attempted robbery, and cocaine. Your bond's $250,000 on 1. Count 2's 1,000, 3 and 4, 100. Count 5, 1,000. Bonds based on your criminal record, and the chance that you're going back to prison on this is, in this court's opinion, extremely high. Thank you. How about Jesse Callens?
Judge, Mr. Callens is present at the main. We've got some issues with this case.
All right, sir, violating probation from 2001. I'm looking here, a warrant signed by Judge Lebo, 2003, says no bond. Go ahead, sir, what would you like to say?
Mr. Callens believes that this case was resolved and he was off probation. He now has, he's advising me that he has a driver's license. He lives in Alabama. And so he has a valid driver's license in Alabama. If we have to go to division, we're going to need an order from the court, if we can, transporting him with his driver's license so he can show it to the division judge when he resolves the case on Monday. He would like to resolve the case today, Judge. It's a 15-year-old driving on a suspended license. We've asked the court to consider allowing him to admit and time serve him on his violation.
I think I'd still need a...
Don't have a score sheet, don't know what he scores.
I need all that. Let me ask you, who's the division judge?
It's going to be Judge Scheer.
Judge Scheer? All right, well...
Well, Judge, if it's a technical violation, then the score sheet doesn't come into play. And again, it's a 15-year-old case. 14-year-old case.
Yeah.
Judge, would you at least do the order for him to be transported with his license? Allow him to have access to his driver's license and bring it to court?
I have no objection to that.
Okay. Just give me a moment here.
What?
Right here. Okay. Just give me a quick moment here. I'll be right back. Sir, I can't resolve it today because he's a registered offender, and I'll leave it at that, and I can't do it. He has to have what's called a danger hearing, and that. So, sir, no bond. You'll see your judge on, I guess, Monday, and is it Monday, the 10th?
Yes, Judge.
Sure, I'll let him see his, I'll let him, I'll let him get his driver's license. How's that? All right? Jason Llewellyn Miller.
Thank you.
Well, it said, I looked at his driving record. Jason Llewellyn Miller, violation of probation, sir. No bond. Thank you.
Rhines?
What I mean, he can't just keep it in his cell.
Why don't you wait till he gets...
No. When they transport him, they'll bring his property with him. The sheriff will actually have control over it during the entire process.
Yeah. You know what? It's probably better if Judge Scheer just orders it brought up, but, isn't that... I think I'm going to do it that way. I'm going to let Judge Scheer deal with it, all right? Okay. Miss Lonergan, where are you, Miss Lonergan?
Well, this is Dwayne Ryan's, Judge.
I was just trying to be helpful.
Lonergan, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're going to be out of jail today, but you need to keep track with this case. The mail is going to go back to that address. Is it 6240, ma'am?
6240 Southwest 8th Street.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Now, What's this
No,
gentleman's
no,
name?
I gotta hold on to this.
Judge, this is Dwayne Ryan, page 13 of your docket.
Okay, Mr. Dwayne Ryan's.
Did you want to
Sir,
talk to me about
violation
something?
of probation.
Want to talk to me about something?
That is a,
I thought you said there's a guy getting.
that's a, no bond hold, sir. Thank you.
What's your name?
Okay.
Judge, this is Mr. Capoletti. They brought him down at your request.
Okay. Mr. Capoletti, sir,
How you doing, sir?
count one. Aye. See where we, aye. So I'm gonna release you ROR on count 1 and count 3. And then, you have a $500 bond on count 2. Thank you.
Mr. Hurley, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hurley, I had just started back working and everything. Just got my job back. On count 2, I'm a mechanic. I do side job mechanic work. And a woman, I was just driving her car up the street to test the brakes, which I shouldn't have been doing. It's a dead-end street. And when I turned around, sir, I was pulled over by the cops, sir. I was asking, is there any way I could get ROR on that, sir?
No, sir.
I have no means to get out, sir.
I understand.
Just started work.
Mr. Capoletti, hold on one moment. Did I roll that over from this morning, Capoletti?
Yes, you did, Judge. I thought we were going to try to resolve this today.
You got a better offer from the bathroom?
Bring my. Sir, you don't have a driver's license. You don't even have one. And you're a habitual traffic offender. And I have right here, you've not gone to court on 2009, 2011, 2012. You have page after page of driving, and you never pay your tickets, and you never go to court. You can buy down on count 2. Thank you. Good luck, sir. Okay, Joey Wade. Joey Wade. Joey Wade.
North Broward.
North Broward, all
North
right.
Broward, Your Honor. He was a medical reset.
Okay. To reset this for, no, I'm not. I'm gonna pass it through. No bond. Thank you. Okay. Now. Okay, let's see what we got here. See Alex Coleman, please. Alex Coleman.
I'll wait till he gets up there.
All right.
Your Honor, I believe the only thing, Casey, if you could confirm this, I believe the only thing holding him now is the misdemeanor case. I think the felonies have been taken care of one way or another.
Mr. Coleman, you're wanted outside of Broward County. Are you on probation or parole anywhere?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir. Child support.
Would you like to plead no contest to the false ID given to the police, and then that'll wrap that up and you can just take care of count 3?
Yes.
How do you plead to count
Yes, sir.
1? False ID. Plead no contest?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand we're not going to have a trial? We're not going to put an attorney? It's over with right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
How do you plead? No contest?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll withhold adjudication. Good luck, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now.
So it wasn't 100% productive. To a certain degree. Getting there.
So, all right, what about Randy Bass? Where's Randy Bass?
That was the conflict counsel.
We did Alex Coleman, right?
We just did that.
Right, so now we're at Delta Eston, we did that, right?
Yes, sir.
How about Alma Fields?
It's a second lift. Resolved it. It's just a misdemeanor case. He's already taken care of the felonies. Yeah, but that's not our concern.
Fields.
Hi.
Yeah, you're here on Grand Theft Auto. How come you haven't bonded out of the jail yet, man?
Because I have nobody to bond me out, and my parents just buried my brother recently.
Looks like.
Okay, and your parents don't want to bond you out of jail?
They don't have the funds to bond me out.
She's out right now. When this happened, on unlawful use of false name ID. She had a 2010 possession of oxycodone with intent to sell or distribute, a theft in 05 under the name Jacqueline Griffin, delivery of cocaine, possession of cocaine with intent to sell or distribute, resisting without violence under the name Alma Griffin.
Okay, man, I'm going to leave it where it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you look, I don't know if you have the details on the case, and I do understand that my right to remain silent. I understand all of that, but if you look at it, the gentleman let me borrow the car.
Right.
And when I went back to the location, he was not there.
Right.
My phone was dead. I had the keys to the car. Even the the arresting officer seen that, but he did not have the detective come.
Right.
I mean, if I can get out on pre-trial or RRR,
Well,
I can't report.
You already have an open case for what, false ID?
But that's a misdemeanor.
Oh, I understand that.
It was a felony. They actually dropped it down to a misdemeanor.
I received a low jack alert, stolen vehicle in the area of 8th Street in Deerfield Beach. Okay, the vehicle was found backed in with 2 occupants. I pulled up, patrol vehicle, activated my emergency lights, and I'm reading this for the first time. Okay, the driver's seat immediately threw the keys on the dash. Okay, so she was taken into custody without incident. It was confirmed stolen out of Fort Lauderdale. Provided a description okay, due to the fact subject was in possession of confirmed stolen vehicle. He was charged with grand theft. The vehicle was towed. And the story about you borrowing the vehicle is something you.
Okay, from Cody let me borrow the vehicle.
Hold on, ma'am. I understand that's your position, and you're going to have to tell a jury that one day, and if they believe you, then you won't be found not guilty. But as far as I'm concerned today, looking at this, I think there's probable cause that you stole the vehicle. But thank you anyway, ma'am. Okay.
I think the rest are 30 days. Oh, no, we'll do. That's not a 30-day, but.
Okay, I have 3 left. Okay, take care of Alex Coleman comes out. We already took care of that. Okay, what did we do on Alex Coleman?
You resolved it.
Well, his felony was already taken care of, right?
Yeah, the only thing he was here on was the misdemeanor.
Action on this. His felony was already pled out. Okay, what about
No, I know they just put everything on, but I'm telling.
how about
Yeah,
Jeremy
there's nothing to do on
Iver?
it. They just, for some reason,
Jeremy?
man, they just put everything together so it stays together.
Facility, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is a 30-day, Your Honor. Just gonna make sure. I don't think they were filed, but I'll make sure. Your Honor, it looks like the charge is going to be declined, so he can be ROR today. I have no objection.
Sir, Mr. Heber, I'm going to grant the motion to release you. You'll be out of jail shortly, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, what about David James?
So, Your Honor.
Okay, on James. Has not been, a final decision has not yet been made. He's entitled to ROR today.
Okay, David James. Sir, ROR is here going to be granted.
Irina, it's Eric Linder. Hey, I'm giving you the
Thought I
heads
said
up.
it ROR.
You
You'll
got a
be
case
released ROR,
that's
sir.
it's
Thank
going
you.
to be a VOP on a
Thank you.
Thank you. From 2001. He got arrested. He got picked up on a
Nowalski. No.
2000. The warrant was issued in 2003. But here's where it
Frank
gets tricky.
Nowakowski.
He is a registered.
North Broward, Your Honor.
Okay, what are we doing on Nowakowski?
It's a second look, Your Honor. Patrice, do you have any information? Callan, C-A-L.
Nowakowski.
Like I said, he's a registered sex offender. So if he resolves the case, or the judge resolves it, the judge, he has to be advised that he could potentially face involuntary civil commitment because he is a registered sex offender. Okay, but make her aware that in this case he is a registered sex offender. All right, so I just want to give you the heads up. I think he's scheduled for Monday.
Sir,
For
right
the
now you need to bond out
All right.
on count 2 and 3, right?
No, count 2 was wrong person.
Okay, sir, your bond right now, you're here on a drug charge, your bond's $1,000, all right?
He bonded out.
Yeah.
He surrendered the bond.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so, what do you want to do? No action on this?
Hey, Tara, it's Eric. Hey, just wanted to give you the heads up. We had a guy this afternoon by the name of Jesse Callins, C-A-L-L-I-N-S. Case number 0119342, CF10A. It's a felony DWS where he was picked up on a VOP warrant. The warrant was issued in 03. He's going to be in front of Judge Sharon Monday. I talked to the third in that division to advise.
Okay, everyone, is that a wrap?
So she's like, well, Judge Sharon always advises, they're a registered sex offender. I'm like, yeah, but
What do we
in
do?
this case he
What about
actually
Heber?
is.
What do
So
we do?
make sure she's aware. I don't think anything's going to happen from it, but especially.
Okay, signing it now. Once
Yeah,
I sign
basically,
this, is that a wrap?
Well, that's the thing. You may want to.
Thank you very much, everyone.
That's the
We'll see
thing.
everyone tomorrow. We made
Normally
it through
would just take a
Thursday
plea
pretty
of a convenience in a
unscathed,
situation
right?
like this, even
So
though
we'll see
who knows
everyone
if we
back
can
here
prove it, 'cause it's a
tomorrow. I
technical
can't say what
violation,
tomorrow
too.
is, but we know what tomorrow
Moved
is.
from
It's
his
Friday.
place
It's the
of,
last day of the week. It always
residence
follows
without
Thursday.
permission.
And you're not going to be here.
He was living. We
Okay,
got him
we'll
down
see
here
you
from Alabama.
in 1 week, all right? Take care. We're out from 2:35. We'll be
And-
back tomorrow morning at 8:30. Bye. We're out.